I am on the main menu. Yes, that makes that your. We are on the main menu of the families. This is Timothy. See, I gave him a little makeover. Timothy is the adopted little brother of Sheldon. Sheldon. Okay, so we gotta go in and I think I have like this the ghost. I really do want the ghost of the siblings, but mm, this is great. Madelyn is the son of Jakob's sister, which also Sheldon's cousin, third generation. So, okay, the okay, he's an adult, so he moved out. And then she called and asked about someone asking her out on a date. So she actually here is someone. Um I need to go in and see if I can cover the ghost because I want to move the just the basic children of the air, just the children of the air, not the grandkids of the siblings or the other parent, the mother or father or whatever. Just the air, the let's see, they count because they're grandparents, but like we got Anastasia, older. We got Anastasia, so I want to put her children. I think it's just Ashley, and then so I think Ashley and Chelsea were the only ones, and then with Bradina, there was other siblings, and then with Jaden had cousins. So yeah, I need to do that because I have a forever world, and I want to put my skills family in my forever world, but I want them to be alive. I'm not gonna let them die. But it would be easy to like start doing it now and put them in there than it is to wait because the ghost and the headstones kind of disappear. They get no, they get kicked out. Um, okay, so let's get that. I need to do that today. Oh, please. This is with Timothy lives. Now I know what I installed about my game. So if it starts acting up or anything, I know exactly what I put on Curse Forge to allow my game and go take care of it. The one I did, I check it every day to see if it needs to be updated. And what I did today was I released the one for the autonomous boyfriend girlfriend thing where they ask you to be their girlfriend or boyfriend, and the like autonomous kiss. So they autonomously have their first kiss. Okay, but I need to remember where I'm at. Okay, so this is her bedroom. Where is her baby? On the floor. Go to school, dear. Go to work, dear. Okay, Kailyn needs to go to school. You come back, Leonard.
Ooh, Kubafa. Ooh, nerve.
Okay, we need to have a funeral. Do we have any birthdays? No, not today. Okay, so let's have a funeral. That's not what we want to do. Have a funeral event. Hmm, I can't. I can't eliminate it. Where did his uncle live? His cousin. Who was it that time? Jonah. It was Jonah. Where did Jonah live? See, okay, so this is what I meant though, is I'm gonna keep her, then keep them. But she is the one who had the air this way. So take her, put them, and then just flip it to him, and then put his two kids, and then flip it to him, and put his kids. Or just the cousins. Like, this is just the cousins. He's the only cousin, right? Yeah, he's the only cousin of Jacob. There's not a lot of family members in this one, so it kept it pretty cut down. So I think I can go do it. And then, like he has his mom. So it just started with these two. So I'll just use these two because he's an actual sim in the game, and I don't want to, go looking for him. Okay, so um, yeah, Chelsea, and I'll just change her name back to Skills, so I know who she is. Skills put us right. I'll change her name back to Skills. Skills, skills, skills. Skills put us. Skills, skills. Okay. So, yep, that's what I'll take. But I need to have something else for Jonah. Really do. He's the first one to pass away in this generation. But um I think I moved him in with his sister. So let's go to his sister's house. Let's go to his sister's house and see if he's there. I'm pretty sure it was a mod.
Well,
Wait, don't leave me.
oh,
Shuna Yarb.
Whipto. Huh.
Enga.
Huh.
Brapani Lahoin. Gorabani
Oh.
Shorg. Zimze Jasp. Unduma. Chinosa Korenzi.
Duokopeu Rubar.
Ebao.
Tilsg.
Yakalo.
Veruda. Deezy. Nobi. Yebu.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh. Nah.
Oh, Smush.
With Sook. Sochim?
Oh.
Oh. Skimbo Yubala.
Oh, Gorb.
Plaffa Patoy. Durnoid Volby.
Look, there he is. There he is.
Poor.
I And funeral. Yes. Sheldon. Wait, so Sheldon and Cordelia, right? Braden. Okay, let's do this. So we keep up with it. Okay, so we got Destiny is his wife, Madelyn is his sister, Sheldon, Kailyn, Timothy, and then his nephew. Who's his niece? What is her name? Samara. Samara. Is that really 8 out of 8? Samara is. Chloe is on here, but Samara is not. Jaden. Okay. Yes, Samara is fun. She's there we go. That's how we can get her to come to the thing. That'll work.
Wasta.
Zuni bull.
Oh, abi up doyam.
Oh. Chusin?
Oh.
Why are you flirty? Quit being flirty.
Scripto narch. Porada. Washa noiba. Kunze. Huh? He beanie. Que musta.
Why are you
Ow.
flirty?
Mwah.
Sirs,
Sophie.
Come on. Let's go to the chapel.
Dag. Bempa. Whew. Uh-huh.
Sharnoof.
Leave now activities. Moment of silence.
Yes.
Give a lighthearted viewer
Hey,
too.
Sedna. Shorsha Gabish. Kubu Obla. Ifwasabe. Nirma. See hey. Vini. Morble? Me. Shishitwab. Rabao Vimfa Tonkuku. Wisub.
Okay, I need to put a table somewhere. Big. Okay. So you can see my typing. Move objects. Okay, so we'll put these here. And this here and move the table. You don't need a stove either. Where is that? Wait, where is it at? This one. Okay. So we got a dishwasher, we got a sink and a dishwasher. You don't really need a fridge, right? And it's like a tea maker. You can have appliances. Cakes. That is a tea maker though, right? Here. It's one of those that I can't. Oh, yeah, we need an empty counter space anyway. You know what we'll do? We will get a mini fridge. So they have ingredients so they can cook.
Sinoi nip.
Hargrave. Kubu. Ramaberloy. Tin. Zarzuya Hargrave. Sashubini. Manisimo.
Ulawate. Vyoba Girja. Ishnoi Morbo. Vinvu Nixau. Your bleak Zarzuya.
Zarzuya Ni. Hargrave. Gamu. Wisku.
Ma Visa. Quinario. Shiva Alabar. Wad. Ruskan Lampima. Muchi Pichi.
Just gotta go to the bathroom. He needs to eat. He needs to mourn the deceased. It's done. And Jonah is the son of Jonah's cousin. Right? Jacob's cousin, the son of Dakota. Okay, so he goes right here.
You bow granoob? Fornjay.
Hey, Lord's a Wong.
Oh. No. Whipto, dag. Huh? What?
Umino.
Dibs. Kendra Slocum. Shigarg. Dowse his. Dag, dag. So cheap? On your face. Skimbo Ubala. Huh? Flippin'.
Flicks. Yabrano Darza. Good choy. Lamita Noonku. Shape it. Launch. Unkim Angor. Slapshim.
I want to know how many generations it's going to take me to get all the skills done. Okay, so let's look at his family tree. And we are going to figure out who we have. Okay, so we got Paxton and Ash, then Anastasia, then Chelsea and Ferdinand. But do we need Bradley and Emily? I don't think we have Bradley in household management. So this is generation one. Now, their gender. Their gen two. This one is gen three. So when did we start having more kids? Gen 3 or Gen 4? Okay, so It was Gen 3. Chelsea is Gen 3. Let's go see if it was Chelsea that had more than one kid. I think it was Fredina that had the siblings. Jaden and Jacob and Jacob. So I'm saving all of their siblings and the cousins. Okay, so this is actually like it's running the time on it. Okay, so Chelsea had Fredina, Bradley, and Emily. So let's go get their ghost. These are Fredina's kids. And Bradley. I can't call those ghosts.
Oh, Should I put the in-laws over here? 'Cause I do have some. Where's the mother? Get a lot of these makers. Chelsea's email code. Jacob Stoll. Archie. So I don't remember who they were. So I can't make details on them. Then this is Jaden, and this is where.
Jacob goes. Jacob and Destiny. Um,
Oh,
what's his name? His name is Bradley Cooper, right? That's because she had Fredina. Chelsea had Fredina, Bradley, and Emily. Where is the mailbox? Okay, sees number 10, name. Okay, not down. Let's see. Emily. Why don't I have a thing to add her to the houses? Do it this way. Commands, maintain, move. Okay. Okay, what's her mom's name? Chelsea. to Chelsea, because Chelsea will Emily, Emily had Dana, Bradley, Marcos, I can't get a hold of Bradley now. That's sad. He's the first one I'm not going to be able to get. He's a great grandson. He's great great grandson. Great 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 grandson. He's the fourth times over grandchildren here. Great 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 grandchildren. Okay. We need to get a Bradley. So I think I'm just gonna. How did he die? Of old age. I can't put him in the house because there's no phone. See what having a funeral did. Okay, Chelsea is the first one who had kids. More than one kid, I think. Okay, so we had Bradley.
Ah, Fanaya.
Fribs grow as Fred a Shay. Yes, an arp. Oh, wow. Ooh, the North Baboony. Sibs.
Absorb. So sure. Creative. Okay. I'll fix their names. Okay, I'm just trying to get my computer not to get. Okay. So that's Chelsea's kids, and then she had Fredina. And Fredina had 3 kids. I need to get the ghost out. So, Gen 3 is gonna be the first one that we have cousins. So I'll get them, and then I'll go back to playing it because I have things I gotta do. Birthdays. I need to get to the so. Oh, it doubled. Ouch. Okay. Damn it. Okay. I need to go direction. Ah, I gotta pause it where it's at. I will be right back. Okay, so we have Chelsea and the thing. So Fredina's got her own thing. So we got Bradley. This just made like a second one because I had to make him again. Um, and Emily. And Emily had Dana, and Bradley had Marcus. Dana and Marcus. Dana and Marcus are the class. See, it's just empty. I couldn't. It wasn't that long ago since you died. So when we get Dana, we'll just move her into the house with Jonah. Remote Marcus. We'll do this. Jenna, for cousins. Just two for cousins. Okay, and then we have Marcus and Danny. Chelsea and Christmas. Jaden. So let's get them out. Call her, summon her from the mailbox. So let me make sure I'm doing this right, because it is very confusing. Nope. Okay, so Emily and Brad. Marcos and Dana are the grandchildren. Yes. She saw a ghost. Oh no. I can just do this. I don't have to go back and forth to the cemetery. Okay, so yeah, this bothers me. This is a double. Okay, because I had to make his ghost. Okay, Emily, skills prime. Okay, they're the grandchildren, so we want Dakota and Daniel to go into the house of with Gardina. Dakota and Daniel. Dakota is not found. Still. So I may only be able to take. So I basically lost my ghost. I thought that when I was at the cemetery, I thought the ghosts were available. Okay. So I've got this. I've got him. So I'm going back to Manage Worlds and I am going to delete the other sim. I don't know how to type my true because I can put him in. Dakota goes and lives with Fredina. Your times. Okay, so I need to make a graph of this. Like a chart, like a spreadsheet, and I can color code them or something, because I am getting confused. Okay, so this is Gen 4, Gen 5 is Jade. And then Gen 6 will be Jacob. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go and wait, I'm gonna make a spreadsheet for it because I'm getting so confused. Okay, let's get we got a birthday to plan, and Madelyn will be next, fortunately. Because last time I played it, Madelyn, as soon as he died, Madelyn died like within a couple of days. Within like a day or two, so she's gonna die. So.
Oh.
Okay, when's her birthday? Today is her birthday.
Nubu Narabu. Oh,
So let's
stop.
bring the family home.
Nubu Narabu. Oh, Limla.
Kirasha.
My horse. You know, Silver was stuffed and he's on display at some museum in the Lone Ranger. The horse from the show The Lone Ranger. Uh,
Huh? Shermie?
Aha! Aha!
is she even gonna live to be there? Let's give her the business because she wants to retire.
Cream. Yerno Unga. Guma. Nisa Faba. Tomono Paz.
What, yeah. Oh, no, Benesh.
Finu.
Oh, Fibane. Fenor. Oh.
Can we add the butler to the group? No, we cannot.
Mushkazam.
Yibs.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Nistibi?
Oh.
Yafana?
She's klutzy.
Narshko Babachi. Oh, Yibs.
She's purple hair.
Yafana?
Spin, hey. Yibs.
Tablet.
She's all good. She's hungry. Needs to go to the bathroom.
Finoi Cho. Ah, Beps and Nikoi.
Let's give her a makeover. She has purple hair. Her mom has red hair. Should we make her a little redhead? She's cute. Yeah, her hair is red, actually. Oh, look. I don't even have to change it. It's, if it's got purple ends, it's red. Yes, is how you. She's a little redhead. Make yellow her color. She's the one that likes rainbows and unicorns. That's cute. Very cute. So let's put her in this. Let's change her shoes. Okay, let's put her in a second outfit. Let's see if we can find anything else that has no focus. Is it a little fairy? So cute. Okay. See, I think to really know what we have, I would have to like look through all of them and I don't feel like it. So, should we see what happens if we pick yellow? Because it gives us any of the outfits that has yellow in it. There we go. Cute. Cutie patootie. I don't want red, white, and blue. Those are good. They're colorful. Okay. You got your first set. Okay, let's do something with your hair. Let me put it in a little bun. Some of them are bangs. She doesn't have bangs in that one. So you need to keep her where she doesn't have bangs. That's cute. That one's cute. Okay. Um, let's see what we have now. Make yellow her color. She's so cute. Look, it's a unicorn dress. Yay. Okay, can we get it in another color? It's so cute. Ooh, the black one shows up really good. I like the black one. Yeah, I like the black one the best. Okay, let's give her some shoes. You know what? Let's give her some eyelashes. Unicorn earrings. We have to choose one or the other. They won't both go on her. Well, that sucks. No earrings. There's a thumbnail. Okay, fine. Let her wear earrings this one because she's going out to eat. She's going something nice. Okay. Go night night. We need unicorn slippers. That's a good night night outfit. Good night night. You pretty hair. Let's give you some pretty hair. Okay, let's see if we can find an outfit for you to wear. Doesn't need unicorns. The birthday outfit. Okay. We need a second outfit because we want her to have a costume. There's no Halloween costumes? Give you an elf. Santa's little helper. Why don't we put her in this? And she can be a little fairy. Nah. Where's the costumes? You can make her a wolf, a crow, Santa's little helper, or a Christmas tree. Holiday tree. Sorry. It's so cute. Okay. Uh, that's the hat that goes with it. I think it is. Yeah, that's the hat that goes with it. Okay, so that's our party outfit. Swimsuit. We don't need earrings. Thank you. We want to put her hair back. Hello. How are you? 1 year, 1 month, 17 days, and 15 hours. Wow, nice. And it's his first time chat, so it's the first time you said hi in chat. Well, that's nice of you. You've been lurking and following all this time. Nice, thank you. It's nice to know that somebody's actually been following that long and just kind of come and go and enjoy being around sometimes. Okay. I am giving her a makeover. Um, I'm gonna give her a unicorn invisible friend doll. So I'm making her like a unicorn and a rainbow girl. How are you doing? Yeah. I do that every once in a while. You go through your list and you're like, I don't know if I ever really go to their stream. And I get in Discord and, you're in servers and people are, supporting each other and giving follows to help them get, you know, get enough follows to be affiliated and have, a pretty good group. You're sick? Oh no. Are you saying sick? Because I said I did too. I'm old. Oh, you had a cold. Okay, 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 good. I understood that right the first time. Oh, that's cute. Okay. So this is a party outfit? Oh, it's, well, a summer outfit. So is it still hot where you're at, or is it getting cold? The weather is changing, so but it's still hot as it's hot as in Texas. It's humid. But I think Florida is. I've never been to Florida. I've been to Georgia. It's cold. Yeah. It's that time of year. Is I'm in Texas, so like here it always got kind of, breezy. The temperature's lower in October really heavily. And then you're wearing kind of, like a sweater type clothing when you go outside, or maybe like a zip up hoodie or something. And then by the time it's Halloween night, you gotta be choosy about your costume because if you're a kid and you go trick or treating, you're cold. I remember we went to Six Flags on Halloween night and it was cold because, we were out in the air and everything. Didn't realize, the temperature had dropped as much as it did throughout the month. And on Halloween night, it was cold. And I remember being a kid and, you know, like you had to start being kind of wise to your costumes. It's cold there. Is it snowing yet? I used to know somebody that it was like it started snowing. They were in Canada. It started snowing in like October, I think. October, the beginning of November. Not yet, I think. Do you get snow? Because we get ice and crunchy ice here. We don't get snow very often. We do get snow, but not very often. Not fluffy snow. That would be nice. People take that for granted. Be grateful if you get fluffy snow and not everybody else gets it once in a blue moon. Yeah. Ah, we'll pick this outfit. Is that cute? That's too. That's kind of cute. Kind of matches. Yeah. My advice is like you can complain and hate it, but also be grateful a little bit because not everybody gets snow. Just like not everybody gets the heat where you can like, go and have fun at a theme park or go to the park multiple days in a row. Go outside and go jogging. There's, places that like rain a lot. They're foggy, rainy, gloomy, cold. Yeah. I wonder if you would say that if you lived in the South where it gets 105 degrees and humid. It was someone they lived in Australia, so they were making a joke and they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." I'm like, "Are you kidding?" I think it's funny. They were having some kind of discussion in Discord and they were talking about the 7 layers of hell. And the girl was making a list and she put Texas on the list. And I'm like, I started laughing. She thought when I read it and I made a comment, she thought I was offended by it. I'm like, oh, it's hilarious. They got their first teeth this year. Oh, their heat wave. Okay. Nice. That's good to know. We don't want her to have yellow in her hair. There's no yellow in her dress. So, but we want her hair to be up, kinda. What is your favorite Sims pet? My favorite Sims, life and death. No question. Immediately. I am, for the past 10 years, I have a legacy family that's like 9 years old, 9.5 years old. Okay, so I have been obsessed with going to the headstones. I used to make cemeteries and I would go to the headstones and I would call out the ghost and I would capture them, put them in the household, and then put them in their own household so they would be on household management so that I would have the ghost in the game. Well, with life and death, I would be obsessed with like playing with the relatives because I didn't want the cousins and aunts and uncles and people to die and I couldn't get a hold of their ghosts. So I would have them come live in my house when I knew they were old enough, they were getting older and they would die. There's been some times that I have played, not with my legacy family, not with my McAllister family, but with the other ones, I have like called people to come onto the lot and take them to the cemetery and then use the mod to kill them so that their headstone would be on the lot and I could just click on it or I would have their headstone to make a graveyard. But, if I wanted their ghost, I would have, you know, like access to their ghost. I was completely obsessed with graveyards and getting the ghost and my family trees and all of it. And to a point where I would get like so overwhelmed that I would stop doing it for months at a time because I couldn't think about anything other than that. When they brought out life and death, you can have funerals if someone dies, I don't know if you have it. So when you plan a funeral and someone dies, you can plan a funeral for them, and when the funeral starts, their urn is in your inventory for you to put their urn in the coffin on the display at the little chapel at the graveyard. So, because life and death comes with a graveyard in the world. It's a Ravenwood. And in Ravenwood, there is a 64 by 64 graveyard. And it has like a little chapel on it. And graveyard is a lot trait now. And so you can go to the list, like you make a birthday party and stuff like that. You go to the list, you can go to make a grave. You click the sim that you want to have a grave, that you want to have you pick funeral. You pick the sim, a list of sims that are dead, that are ghosts, pops up. You can click the one that you want to have the funeral for and invite all the guests. I just did it, actually. I just did it. So I think it's 8. You can have 8 people go to the chapel, and you pick the things. You can have like a moment of silence. You can have a lighthearted eulogy or a mournful eulogy, and like candles. You can have an entertainer to play a piano. Um, there's like a list of activities, and so it plays like an event. Like, you're supposed to do this, that, and the other in order to get to the end of um the event line, and then you get a reward. You get silver, gold, or bronze or whatever, like a birthday party or something. And oh my gosh, I love it. And then there's uh crypts that you can put headstones in, like, like to get them out of the way, because maybe you don't have enough space for them, or you're just putting your family members like on the ground, and you have slabs of concrete to make for their little grave area. And so you can open the crypts, you can put headstones in there and store them, but you can go into the crypt. You can join a career. You can be a grim. You can be a reaper. It's so cool. And then like, when you go to work, you follow them to work, and you go to work, you actually work with Grim, and you do his job. So, like, there'll be a death, and you click on the thing, and it transports you to the lot where there's been a death, and you like go on a checklist, and you talk to the witnesses and stuff like that. And then when you do your checklist and you get everything done, then you click a thing and you reap the soul. I love it. Oh my gosh, I love it so much. There's 2 careers. There's new trait, like personality traits. There's a new lot trait. You can do funeral events. There's an actual graveyard, and you can make your own, because you can have a graveyard lot trait, and then you can make your own chapel, or make it however you want. And then on the gallery, people have made it, where there's like urns, and they have like little squares or places where there's like urns displayed, and that keeps you from needing so much space on the ground for you to place the headstones. Um, my graveyard has a place for the pets of my families. So yeah, I love it. I absolutely love it. Hands down is my favorite. Then cats and dogs. Like, I would not want to play this game without being able to have a cat or a dog or a horse. Because my family right here, they live in the ranch town, and they have a ranch, and they have a horse. He's a horse champion, or a competition champion, and trains his horse and stuff. He's got like a bunch of medals and stuff from the competition. So it's great. I have those, I guess those would be my favorites. So the one that I love, the stuff that you can like build and go in and decorate with and stuff is the the weather one, but I don't like it because the plants start cycling with the spring, summer, fall, and winter. So the plants aren't always in bloom. They have certain time periods that you can get them. But if you don't have the seasons, that's what it's called, seasons, then your plants are all year round. But it does give it another, like you can have thunderstorms and snowstorms and stuff. But I could kind of do without that one. But yeah, it'd be life and death, cats and dogs, and then horse ranch. It's a western town, kind of deserty and mountains, like not mountains like Denver, Colorado mountains, but like old desert land mountains. Yeah, I love that one. And I love my horses. They're so cute. What is that? Little bears. There's little bears. I gotta get her dressed up. So if you're still here and you stick around, when I click it to go back in, I'll go to my graveyard and I'll show you. Because we have to go to Ravenwood, and I'll pull up the map and show you what Ravenwood looks like. And she's so cute, isn't she? Okay, you have to get to work pack. Nice. Love that one. Love that one. Actually, I have a pretty good amount of them, but I'm one of those people I mean, this is my game. I had siblings, so I never had anything of my own and had to share everything. So as an adult, it's like I I would watch it on YouTube, watch people play it and stuff. And I had a neighbor and she was into it like back at the beginning and the original came out. And I was like, I'm gonna get that maybe like you give me something to do. And I started asking for the stuff for presents, like birthday, Mother's Day, Christmas. So I have, a good amount of them. And then like I play games on an app that gives you points for playing games and you get um gift cards. It's called Misplay. And I do that and I play that enough that it builds up and then I can get my, 25 or $40 or whatever and buy an expansion pack or something. When that comes out, I'm gonna have the money for it that way. So just a hint. It's worth it. I mean, don't spend too much time on it. You got other things to do. But it does work. I choose the PayPal one to get PayPal gift cards. You put in your PayPal address and it sends it directly into your PayPal. So I can play it until I get like $15 for a gift card, and then they put $15 directly in my PayPal, and then I can use my PayPal on EA to buy the packs and kits and stuff. So it works. So little hint if you are interested. It's called Mist Play. And I am on there, and I am on Mickey223, I think. Okay, see. Let me write it for you. So this is the app, and I am Mickey223. That is my username on there. And there's a thing on there you can like message me to let me know you're on there. 223 is my birthday. So I thought it would be easy to remember. Okay, cool. Um, yeah, I think I got her all. I got all of it. She's done. Okay. I got her suit up. But she's still on the panel and she has purple hair. When she aged up, she came in with purple hair. She's so cute. She's a little redhead like her mama. So I'll get my sim, and Jacob's fixing to age up and be an old man. In the dark. Your Sims family tree? Cool. Do you stream? If you stream, you could stream it, and I'd be able to see it from on there. Okay, let's take Jacob. Ooh, good work.
Oh, ain't a prep's too late.
Fix her needs. Fix his needs. I'm gonna take him to the cemetery. See, he's still dressed from the funeral we just had. Ah, I think she's fixing to go to school. No, she's at today's. Okay, so she can take a nap. She needs a bed. So let's keep her need and disable her thing. So we can take Jacob to the cemetery. So let's see this. Travel. Just him all by his lonesome. This is his wife. Ooh! I did not tell him to do that. Her grandma does not know how to react to her having a fit. That's cute. You stream? Okay, cool. I'll click on you and follow you. Let's see. Okay, we want to go to Ravenwood. Ravenwood, right here. Okay, so this is Ravenwood. And this is the middle of town. They have festivals right here. And there's also a city hall, this big building right here. You can go to city hall and you can make a will. So you can actually click on items in your house and leave them as heirlooms. So if you are the last person in your household and you die, you can decide who your money goes to, who your favorite items go to if you click on them and make them heirlooms. And if you have children, so if you're like a single parent and you have a teen or a child or an infant or whatever, and you die, your children can be left to a household. So you can pick who you want to leave your kids to go to instead of your kids disappearing into the game. So that's a pretty cool feature. I just thought of that when I was telling you what they did a while ago. So I've lived in this one. I've got a family that has this house and they have a cemetery in their yard. It's a legacy. And I'm on generation 10. They're teenagers and they're at boardings. And there's 9 or 8. There's 8 generations buried in the yard. And this house has a cemetery in the backyard too. And this one, see, this nightclub, I think it's this one, a Club Eternity, it's ran by ghosts. This is where you go if you want to run into all the ghosts in the world. Um, there's some history behind the people that live in the houses. There's a goth family link. Lady Ravenwood Goth is the person that founded the town, and so there's some history with the Goth family. I hang out if you like to play Sims and you like to like be around other people that play it a lot. I follow somebody who does the war videos on YouTube. His name is Gons, and he streams like a couple of times a week. And I go there like if I'm not actually like in the middle of doing something, I show up at his streams. He gives away packs, so if you follow him and you stay in his stream and you're there when he announces it, you can put in your name to win some kits or an expansion pack. He's so much fun. He's so awesome. Love him. He's awesome. He's my favorite simmer as far as like interaction. My favorite builder would have to be Little Simsy. But I love going to her streams and watching her play. And if I don't get to go to her stream, I watch her videos on YouTube. I've been around since the beginning. But Gons is great. And his group of people that he has like show up at his streams and stuff is so small. He gets to know you like personally. He gets to know you. And then he has a Discord server. So if you're active in there, everybody gets to know each other. And so I love the fact that it's a small I wanted him to get a bigger group. He deserves to have a lot of, followers and a big group of people. These come with the pack, so these mark your graves. Then you can have a picture frame and you can memorialize the ghost. So and you can only do it if your son knows the person. And so I would, like call out the ghost and talk to him and everything, make sure I could do it. And I have their pictures. 'Cause I used to take their pictures when I would make my own cemetery. I used to actually take their pictures and I would, take them and put them on the headstones. So like this one, I get the headstones up, and I would put the picture up against the headstone, and then do the move objects thing to put the picture in the middle of the headstone, so that I would get a visual of who they were, and I could remember what they look like. And now I don't have to. But these are the grandparents, the direct grandparents. And then these are the cousins, the extra family members. This is the in-laws. This is Jakob's in-laws. They're Destiny's parents. See, look at it all in the family tree. This is my skills family. Okay, so what what I'm doing with this family is I make them like pick a skill and they max it out. And then I pick an heir to go to the next generation, and they inherit all of the skills. And so they can work on the next set of skills. And so I'll just do that until all of the skills are complete. But I have, they do several of them a generation, not just one. I pick he did handiness and nectar making and fitness. He owned a gym, and his wife here liked to do yoga and stuff, so she maxed wellness and parenting and charisma. She had a job where she did programming. Let's see, mixology, she was a bartender, so she maxed out mixology. And I think that's all she's done so far. So other than that, the ones that she maxed out are just, basically from just playing her. And then we have Cordelia. Okay, she's a little bit older than her husband, like a day older. Okay, so Cordelia is working on the knitting, and then she's in the apothecary. So she's going to max out apothecary and knitting, and gonna try needlepoint. But this is Sheldon. He's the one that's the heir for the generation that we're on. The head of the family. He's the grandfather, but he'll, turn old and die soon. Sheldon is the one that just got married and he has a baby, Jenna. So Jenna will inherit all of these skills they maxed out. So these are all his max skills from what he's done and the previous generations. And then he did horseback riding. And let's see, fishing. He did fishing and horseback riding. His wife will do knitting and try to do needlepoint and apothecary, and the living one, the natural living. That one's from the fairy pack, the nature living pack. No, it's not called nature living. What's it called? Something on nature, of nature. It's the nature pack. Yeah, yeah. When I play, I've done a 100 baby challenge, and you don't. let them age. You like wait until they have certain things that they finish and accomplish. So I've got my McAllister family is my first legacy family. And like I said, I did so much with them. I'm actually only on generation 5 after like 9 years. And then I have a 100 baby challenge that I'm on baby number 65 after 9 years because I would take pictures and keep up with who died and all of that stuff. So I need to actually go in and finish them. But McAllister is like an alphabet legacy. So the kids, the parents, that's Dylan. And the kids are E, named with E's. And that heir, when they get older, will be Ethan. And so I need to play that one. I need to play it. But I started the Skills family like 2 years ago. And, when Life and Death expansion pack came out, it changed the whole thing. I've gone through several generations since then. Uh, yeah, I can't say enough about that pack though. It was definitely my favorite. It changed the game. So you can this is from Island Living, I think. And they can commune with the spirits.
Ah, ¿Chu quién fue?
But this
What
is, let's see,
things?
I'll show you. This is my pets area of the cemetery, my pet cemetery. And then I have them labeled to, who they belong to. This is Rainy was Chelsea's female pug. And then this was Tippy was Jacob's dog when he was a kid. How you doing, guys? How are you? Yeah, I'm getting some things accomplished. I'm getting sidetracked, but I'm getting things accomplished. Um, how has your day been? Is it getting cold where you live? It is his birthday. So, no, that's on that day. It's his birthday. We are on this day right here. So Destiny's birthday is tomorrow, and then 2 days later is Jacob's birthday. Then I might go after that because I want to set her up with an elementary school and everything to send her to school. 'Cause you can do events now with Gibby Point. Mm, I have no idea what the packs are called, just in general. But it's Gibby Point. You can go to camp and have romantic competitions, like bachelor type competitions or Big Brother competitions. There's imaginary friends. So I'm going to set up a school so they can go to school and we can follow them to school. And his sister, um, Sheldon's sister, Jacob's daughter, just turned into a teenager. So I'm going to put a boarding school on a lot and then make her go to boarding school so that she's like away from the house. It's a little chilly some days, but not too bad. Just anxious for tomorrow because I will be traveling all day back to Kentucky for the weekend to visit family and have a baby shower for my upcoming nephew in February. Aw, that's sweet. It's great. That sounds fun. What you got plans for the weekend? Awesome.
Ha ha ha. Tenif. Oh, dude.
Ah, that spilled right from my face.
Ew, Mackinder.
Go ahead and clean it up, dear. This is a table that I got from an event. You can click on it and you can put food on it. You can pay some money and put food on it. So when they have a funeral, um, I do that so they can eat. Or you can, if you use CC, mods or CC, this is the CC that I have, and you can click grab a cake and then you have a list, and your sim will, act like they're grabbing the food off of the tray. So I like that one. It's one of my favorites. Um, then I rearranged this so that we can have a table with food and serve food for the funerals. Then this is, I might have done some stuff to this. Actually, I think this is little Simsie's lot that she decorated. I did some stuff to it though. Um, these are crypts. You can click on them and then you can go into the inventory, or you can join the Undertaker career. You can explore it, and there's things that happen. You can take a nap. You can tell ghost stories. Hey, I didn't know that that's a costume. Because that's kind of weird. And then I set some of these tables around the memorial display. Yeah, I think this is little Simsie's build. And then I just did some personal things to it. I think this is, if I'm not mistaken, I don't even know what it looked like, the original. I don't think this is the original. But it's something that you can do to it yourself. But I don't know how to do the lake thing very well. So I think that was one of the things that I wanted in my cemetery. And is that a tree? I don't want that there. And somebody came over here and grilled.
Yibsy. Flinda chosen yarbs.
Bamboo.
So we are having a birthday. So we actually can like have a birthday party for her. He's running away. Oh, he's gonna go clean. He's gonna go clean the table.
Mmm. Babwa. Rujing.
This way. Fenepstoon. Baby.
So you go over here, you click on that. There's nothing happens. You click on this and unlock the portrait. Then you can go to assign sim, and this is how you choose who you want to put in the picture frame. So it's pretty cool. And then it's supposed to be Jonah, but it's not working. Somehow it glitched. And then this, you can open this up and you can put their urn inside of it for them to actually like be in the casket. You can hire somebody to come play the piano, or not hire them, but you can assign them when you're making the event. It's pretty cool. He might be in the cemetery. But I'm making a forever world, so you actually caught me when I was like going through and getting the Sims and putting them in the household management, getting their ghosts, adding them to the family, and then putting them in the household management so that I can copy them, like go and save them into the gallery, my personal gallery, and then put them in my forever world. Where's it goes? Who are you? Elia? Elia? Please? Okay. She's at work, so we can't even really do anything. Sheldon needs to go take his horse to a competition. Go do a competition. So I'll show you the horse. Okay, so we're back at our ranch. This is our ranch. This is the lot up in the very top of the world, in the north part of the world. Okay, so this is our ranch. Um, I put a info board for the town right here, and what we'll do is we'll click on it, go to enter a competition. We'll click on 'em. I think one of them he can actually do again because he doesn't have gold yet, is this one. And so we'll send him to go do this. And then so get him to go. He's gonna get his horse and go do a competition. Okay. And then we can take her. She's back from work, obviously. And she does the apothecary skill. So there is a room in the house. Where is it? This. Okay, so she can actually work on her apothecary cures because she needs to get to level 4. Nature living and apothecary. These are the new skills for the nature pack, which is everybody calls it the fairy pack. So she needs to do that, and then she can get a promotion in her job. But we want her to, max out the skills. Kailyn is talking to the garden. Then Jenna, I'm gonna have her have an imaginary friend. She's sad. He got silver, which is better than bronze. Okay. So we'll actually get him because he came back. Get him, and then we will travel with our horse. Olympia. Okay. Okay, so this is the training arena right here. So we'll go right here to Duke's Hall. And then we can just like reach over across the street and put the horse in training lessons. So, Duke's Hall is like a stable. See, there's like a stable areas, and then you can bring your horse and do things with them here. But yeah, my family has enough money that I don't have to do that stuff and take my time. Okay, but they need their skills, agility. Where's my horse? I'm going to up their speed. Okay. Bye, Olympia. Okay, and then one of the other things we can do with the arena is we can click here and spectate the competitions. So he will like go into a rabbit hole and watch the other competitions instead of competing them. It's pretty cool. I like it. What is he doing? Is he retired from his job? No, he's just a handyman. Why is he angry? Losing control. He must be going through a midlife crisis. Yeah, midlife crisis. Build a treehouse. Oh, we already have a treehouse here. Perform 5 camping activities. Yes. Hunt for treasures. Scavenge, dig, and explore. Answer the call of the jungle. Okay. Let's bring him here. All for it. Sorry for your loss. Santiago. I think it's one of his relatives. Who is that? His cousin? And the natural living skill is like you click here and you can put sleep here. Watch. He'll lay down and take a nap, and he's getting his skill level up. That's the nature of living. You can summon a privilege bush to go pee. You're out in the middle of nowhere. You can get a privy bush. It's kind of funny. He's level 2. His wife is that much skill. And his daughter-in-law is high up on the skill. They go just walked right over him. Then I have a mod. I have a mod that's a bank. And they have bank accounts. So he can like go here and he can go to manage accounts. And he has several bank accounts. And that's how like Timothy is his son and he just turned into a young adult and he lives in his own house. And I'm trying to get him into college. And so this money is to help pay for his college tuition. And when they're teenagers, you can actually give them their own bank account. And when they do things to make money, the money goes into their own personal account if you set it up that way. And then when they turn into a young adult and they move out, they have their own money. It's pretty neat. I like it. That is one of my favorite mods. that is definitely the command center. The MC command center is my favorite part of all of them. And the SMB bank one is my other favorite one. Raid incoming! Jason! How you doing, Jason? Raid! Let's give you a shout out since I know that you're there and you're doing it. Um, oh my god, a viewer. There we go. There's a link. Jason is awesome. Love Jason. Moongaze probably knows who he is because she hangs out with Ray in the city. Um, but Seafood 24. Jason is one of my mods. He's like my Twitch son. He's like family. He's wonderful. And he usually streams like when he's going to or coming back from work, and he streams in the car. And then every once in a while he'll play a game, and every once in a while he'll do, like he'll like draw something from his tablet and he'll yeah. I'm your Twitch mom. You're my Twitch kid. I have my own little Twitch family. So Moon Gaze, you'd be like my sister or my cousin. Because all of the people that I know that like I interact with and I talk to in a Ray's group, we're like one big foster family. We're foster kids. So everybody is like brothers and sisters. And, their kids would be like our nieces and nephews. And some of them, like Jason, is more like my son than he is my brother.
Oh.
So he's like under 35. So he's more of an age that he could actually be my kid. And then everybody else older than that, closer to 40, is more like a brother or a sister. That's how I look at it. Drove to Los Angeles here, now to pay rent. Then you're going back home. Ah, okay.
Huh.
You drove to Los Angeles to pay rent.
Uh-huh.
Don't you live with your friend? I would think that you would like. I thought he like you live in his grandparents' house. Oh, you're renting the house that you live in? Okay. I had other scenarios in my head. I thought you live in his grandmother's house. Like maybe he inherited it.
Huh. Ooh.
Ah,
Oh,
okay.
me cool.
I haven't talked to you vocally for you to explain it to me, so I just had it like all up in my head from the generalized little things that I knew. So sorry if I get it like all twisted up in my head.
Huh. Huh.
Your mom lives somewhere else. Yeah, yeah, I knew you didn't live with your parents. You moved in with your parents. Okay. Awesome. Thank you for coming by, Jason. Miss you, sweetie. Look at me. I'm not even on camera and I'm like, have my hands up in the air waving bye. Bye. I'm on camera. Y'all would get a sight. You would be laughing at me if I was on camera. I'm very, I have some Italian genealogy, like multiple generations back. But I used to always make jokes when I was younger about me being Italian because I talk with my hands. So I'm like very animated with my hands. So don't just say bye, Jason. I wave and I talk with my hands when I'm talking to you. But I'm actually Danish. The Irish, the Italian thing is like generations ago. I have someone that was Italian, born in Italy and Italian in my tree, my genealogy tree. But my direct grandparents are like Irish Scottish descendant, and my great grandparents, I can trace them coming straight from Denmark, from Copenhagen. And the my maternal grandparents, their last name is Scottish Irish. It's Shoemake. So it's like Scottish and Irish. So not sure because I look it up online, in the genealogy thing, and they moved. So it could be Scottish and it could be Irish, the clan name. And so it has to do with how you trace it back. If you're Scottish or Irish, and I can't trace it that far. As the farthest I get is the matriarch that I know of, the shoemake that I know of, that I go all the way back in the census records back in the early 1900s. It he went by what's his name? Um, he had two names. Oh dear God! That's blasting in my ears. Anyway, he had like a double first name, and so like he sometimes he went by his middle name is something Wilson. Anyway, sometimes he went by his middle name, he went by Wilson, and sometimes he went by his initials. And I was trying to find him in the census records, and it's hard to find him as a kid, and I don't know who his parents were. I don't know their names. So he's the last person on that family tree branch. So that's where that stands. But his wife, I traced her back to Louisiana. And I traced her ancestors back to being in the Civil War. And yeah, I got a lot. So the shoemake name stopped, but I was able to trace her name. Her name was Good with an E on the end of it. And that family come from Louisiana and stuff. So, yep. I'm into genealogy. I think that's why Seafood and I were talking about like the whole family tree and life and death and cemeteries and stuff. And that's why I was like obsessed with it. Like 10 years ago, I was obsessed with it, playing Sims, making a cemetery and keeping up with the family tree and stuff. Because 20 years ago, I was obsessively doing my own family tree, my real family tree. And I would I would lose sleep for days because I couldn't sleep because I didn't want to lose my place. Is I have a family tree that is like huge. I have my own website. So I have there's a website called Tribal Pages, and you can like start your own website, and it literally has a family tree diagram on it, and you fill it in. So like ancestry.com, you have to pay to be able to link up and do all that stuff. But Tribal Pages is like completely free, completely for the public, and you just fill it in yourself. So I have a family tree, and I put the music on it and spruced it up and knew how to do HTML and got scrolling headlines and all that stuff. But I didn't fill it in very much. Like I was detailed with it. So I think I did as far back as my grandparents that came from Denmark. Yeah. So if you ever want to know anything, ask me and I might know because I was like heavily into it. And then, like I couldn't pay for ancestry.com anymore. So, I wasn't able to like fill in things more than what I know in general or what I can type up and find out. But my dad moved here from Iowa, and all of the kids were born in Iowa except for the last one. My grandparents had their last child in Texas. Well, you gotta go. Okay, bye. Drive safely. You said you're going back home. Drive safely. My Uncle Steve was born here in Texas, and I needed to find my grandmother's maiden name so I could trace her family. And um, I had remembered that he was born in Texas. Texas has a lot of records. They kept up with their records a lot. And so I looked up my Uncle Steve and found my grandmother's maiden name. And then I was able to trace her family to Ohio, and then um, the last one from Ellis Island, and he came from Württemberg, Germany in the 1850s. You want to check your family tree? It's really, I mean, it gets some stories and some unique things that you learn about. You learn about where, kind of like genetically things about yourself. Oh, love it. Love it. I'm a history person. I love history. So I got to learn a lot about, some things about history and realized being involved in history, things like the Civil War. And
Lil_devil_apocalypse
my daughter.
played jump scare for 0 bits.
Stop it. You're Jewish? Native American and Jewish. Oh, nice. So you have some history there. Some rich history. That would be very, very interesting to like type it up and look up stuff and find census records and birth certificates and stories. If you run into other relatives that you don't realize that you're related to, they might have some stories. They have documents, written down documents. I have one relative, and that's one of them where I know one of my relatives was in the Civil War. He was in a POW camp, and he was right on the line of being put to death, um, or dying when they released him, and he had to walk all the way from Illinois, from the Chicago area, in a POW camp there. And, people were kind to him and let him take a shower, take a bath, shower, respect me, take a bath and eat and stuff. And he walked all the way from Chicago area all the way to Louisiana. He reunited with his wife and his infant son, and he had a brain embolism and died. That it just so happened that did not happen while he was walking home,
Ooh.
while he was traveling to get home. It happened when he got home.
Huh.
So he got to see his family one last time. Got to spend a little bit of time with them before he passed away. Your grandma is Cherokee? Oh, nice. That's got to be so interesting to know things like that. My grandfather was convinced his mother was part Indian, but when I did the genealogy, which she's related to the one that I just spoke of, the grandfather that I just spoke of, that was in the POW camp.
Huh.
There's no Indian and there's no Native American in them. So I don't know where he got that from. But that is really interesting. Oh, seafood. The joke is that my grandfather would always like his way of trying to insult me was telling me that I was stubborn. I was hard headed and stubborn. No, I just didn't want to do what he told me to. He was like one of those men that wanted to tell women what to do and how they could be. And so I was stubborn because I am more free spirited, right? When I found that story about his great great grandfather, I got my stubborn headed bullheadedness from his ancestor traits because his great grandfather, I think it was just his great grandfather, his great grandfather was bullheaded and stubborn enough that he walked his butt all the way through states to get home to his family in Louisiana before he died. So I'm proud of that.
Oh,
And then I think it's funny to be like, ha, in his face. He's not alive anymore. But if he was, I'd be like, ha, it come from you. It's your fault.
huh.
Oh, you got mad. Okay.
Ooh.
I'll tell you when you come back.
Huh. Huh? Ooh.
Let's go
Huh.
play the baby.
Huh? Ooh.
I didn't mean to do that.
Oh. Uh-uh.
Ooh, Ben Koya. It's adorable.
Shaba.
She's gonna get it. Good job. Okay. Let me know your pack. Oh no. Okay, you're back. Okay. So I'll finish what I was. My grandfather's not alive, but if he was, I would be like, "Ha! It's your fault." The one thing that he would like go at me to try to make me feel bad. I would be telling him that it's all his fault because it come from his relatives. Oh, Savannah, baby. So she's gonna go check on her daughter.
Usha Zamoy. Oh, Bankira.
See, there's the mountains behind. You can see. They live up in the mountains. Like, I'll show you on the map. I can actually click on the map. They live up here in the top part. And then there's a little house. This is a 1-bedroom house. And this is a rental. Where did his brother go? Where's Timothy? Timothy's down here. Timothy lives here. This is a bar, which in one of my other playthings I turned into an event thing and it worked. So that's awesome. Then this is a house and this is a nightclub and people go there and they start dancing and doing line dancing and stuff. It's pretty cool. That's one of the things that comes with the horse ranch pack is they have a new dance and they get all together in a row and they do line dancing, like country line dancing. Um, then the arena where you do competitions and horse training and stuff. And then you got some places down here. This is the empty lot. You can build on it. You download something from the gallery or something. I really love that. And my other one, I turned this into like a horse riding school and put a woman and like 7 horses in the house and then turn her house into a horseback riding school or a horse camp. Like I can have events with the Gibby Point one. The new one, the newest one is Gibby Point. And I can have events. Have people show up and ride horses and do things. Pretty cool. Yeah, but I wanted to show you that. That's the map. There's not a lot to it, but you can ride your horse and you go down into the city. And some of these buildings here next to the stadium, the competition place, these are stores, and you can go into them and they go into like a rabbit hole and they get groceries, and I think one of them is a clothing store. Let me get him, and I will take you in detail. There's a fairy. That is Nadia. This is actually really relaxing. You can just like put them on the horse and watch them go around. And uh, usually they would have a horseback riding skill, above his head, but he's maxed out on his riding skill, so doesn't do it anymore. But see how the horse is getting agility? We have to like travel with it. Let's travel. I don't know if you see that. I don't know how to make that disappear. The mouse instructions. I don't know. Jared Pratt. Hey, I heard you been friends with somebody. Oh, that's his brother. It's Timothy.
Chutzy.
Um, I used to, but I don't have it in my stuff because I don't want to be streaming and something happen. Because you're supposed to, well, I put my VODs on YouTube. So, I mean, if you want to, um, it's the same name as here. I have a YouTube channel. It's in my thing on my info. You can click on it. It's on a panel. Um, I put all of my VODs on YouTube, and YouTube does not like those little things in their videos. So there's a lot of simmers that have to like edit and cut that stuff out when they're showing you that they play with whims. So I just don't have it installed because I've been streaming like on a regular basis for the past like 4 years. Okay, you play it on the console? Wicked Whims is great if you're, I would say if you're not, like, if you don't turn red with some of this stuff, but it's very detailed, and but it does, like, it blurs them. So you're not watching them actually naked doing stuff. It blurs them out, but you know what they're doing. But I mean, I'm still shocked, like, earlier when he went up to his wife and they just like made out. It was like, whoa, I didn't tell him to do that. So it still makes me giggle when they do things autonomously. And with Wicked Whims, they do things autonomously. Uh, so, but I will admit, I had when I did put it in my game, it was before I was streaming, before I ever streamed. Um, I made this thing to have, like a little whorehouse. And I saw someone, they had a mod to, like make it where they could like get paid. And I didn't want to put a different mod in my thing. I'm scared of mods, like major mods. So, but I love MC Command Center, and it's an extension of MC Command Center. So I put it in my command center, and uh, I went, oh, okay, well, I'll add money to their little household pot, every time a visitor came in, and I would get them to like direct them into their room, and they would, get it on. And I could like dress them provocatively and stuff like that. It's kind of like, it's not the kind of person I am, IRL. You would never catch me, like being okay, talking about it, or, viewing it or being around it or anything. So it's kind of like one of those like hidden things in, someone's like personality of being able to do those things and not have any shame or consequences or anything from it. Because, I'm just the type of person that if you're like, skipping around and, people that you're being intimate with, you can, you know, get pregnant, have STDs, and, there's HIV, and there's all kinds of consequences. You can get mixed up with someone who's crazy, someone who stalks you. There's all kinds of consequences of getting hooked up with the wrong person, right? And so I'm just not that kind. I'm too logical to like just, you know, be that kind of, free spirited with things like that. And so it's like one of those things like, I'm not going to shame someone who does it, because I wish I could just like let my guard down and not think about it. And, but I can't. I can't change that part of my personality. But I can do it with Sims because there's no consequences, right? Before, without mods, you can change the mods and stuff. So without mods and stuff, you have to click on try for baby. They don't just woohoo and get pregnant. And there is no getting STDs and um, dying from it, or a jealous lover coming in and shooting you. There's no consequences. So you can, do the 100 baby challenge and be with whoever the hell you want to be with. So, yeah. And, I didn't do a little bit with the 100 baby challenge, but it wasn't, really fun. So, yeah, it makes it interesting. It brings a new twist to everything. I can tell you that. I was able to, I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go into town. I'm gonna go, okay, here. I'm gonna go here. And then I'm gonna take you through town on the horseback. So now that I know that you play on console and you can't just get, in the mods and CC and all of that stuff, and your gallery is going to be a little bit different than mine. Um, yeah, I know that
Uh-huh.
the
Yeah.
packs, I can let you know the packs that are go for a ride.
Ah. Uh-huh.
Let's go for a ride through town. Okay, let's see. We'll hover over these buildings. I'll show you what they're. This is change outfit. So this is like a place where you like go shopping, like clothes shopping. There's the arena. It's right here. Maybe it's the other one. So there it is. Mini goats and mini sheep and shop for groceries. This is a grocery, like a, old fashioned store, corner store. And then this one over here is a clothing. Make sure you bring it back. Okay. She wanted something that I had. Okay. There's a horse. Hey, is that my horse? This is friendly introduction. That's not my horse. It's just a random horse. If you don't know it, there's like these speculations people have, and it's very true. Very true. I was born and raised here. I am Texan. I was in the country and we went to go to like Bucky's in East Texas and we were driving through town and there was someone who was literally riding the horse on the side of the street and in the city and then there's like police officers here, but you can literally live in the city and there's little small towns, like suburban towns, and you can get land. So, like, I'm in a major city, but there are places in the city on the outskirts of this city that you can buy like pieces of land. You can buy like an acre of land. You can put a horse barn on your land, own a horse, and then you can get on your horse and ride into town. I think you have to if you don't want to be, like aggressively ran into by people, these people can be jerks. You might want to, go along the back roads or stay in spots where there's like sidewalks or bicycle lanes and stuff. So you just have to know your way around the city. But you can literally live on the outskirts of the city and own a horse and get on a saddle and ride into town. Now, I would not, just me, I would not tie my horse to a pole or something so that I could go into the store. I wouldn't do that. I would not leave my horse unattended, just like I would not take a dog and put a dog on a leash and tie it to something and then go into the store to go grab something inside a little mart, a little mini mart. I would not leave my animal unattended. That would not be a wise idea, especially with a horse, because, they're not cheap. So, and somebody will get your horse and get on them and ride away. So, yeah, but it is very true that you can come to Texas. You can go to some of the small towns and small cities, the big towns, small cities type areas, and you might, be riding down the street and you'll see somebody riding their horse into town. It's pretty funny. I was like, I don't remember if I took a picture of it. I was laughing so hard. I was like, I've got to get a picture of this. Because it's funny to me how people like assume that. Uh, One of the things that a lot of people assume that because you're in Texas, you own a gun if you're a Texan, and that's not true. That is not true. It is a carry state where you have to have a permit and you can't get arrested on the street if you have a permit and you have a gun. But you don't go flashing that you have a gun, and it's solely a person to person thing. And I think that I just would be too nervous and too clumsy. And I have no need to, like have a gun to own a gun. And if I did, I would want to go to a firing range and learn how to shoot it. So it comes with responsibility. And so I would want to have the money to go to a shooting range and learn how to, have a gun and whip it out and point it at someone. I wouldn't, I would be too nervous to have too much anxiety to just do that and not know how to hold it, not know how to fire it. So that's just me personally. But you can. You have the freedom of buying a gun. You can buy a gun at Walmart and you can buy a gun and have a permit. You have to pay papers and pay and get a permit. But you won't get arrested or get in trouble if you have a gun on you if you have a permit. But it is an assumption. I have to correct some people that are adamant. You're against guns, yeah. I I'm not against guns being a defense mechanism, like a defense thing. But I'm one of those people that believe that if you have a butcher block in your kitchen, the person that breaks into your house can go into your kitchen, grab your biggest butcher knife, and murder you with it. So I don't even want to own a butcher block. And I get kind of nervous with the gun thing because I would want a gun to defend myself, but I also don't want a gun because I don't want to have it around where somebody can break into my house and then use it against me. And and I believe that, I'm not one of those like gun rights people. I think that each their own, and it's your right to believe in, like violence is, how do they say it? Violence becomes violence or more violence. So if you have a violent way, a violent answer, and violent way of doing things, it's just going to like escalate more problems. And we don't live in a society where people live out in the middle of Kentucky and own 50 acres of land and have to defend their families from poachers and people hunting their wild game. And, we don't live in that kind of society anymore. And that is what the freedom of, you know, having guns was for. And so it's a very case by case, person to person thing. But, my family never owned guns. I never grew up in a house with guns. My dad never had a gun. My mom never had a gun. My grandparents never had a gun. Because I have my mom's set of parents are Texans, and my dad's set of parents are from Iowa. And they're the ones that are like German and Danish. The ones that I said I did the family tree thing, and they're German and Danish. So they come from the north states, Ohio and Iowa and, New York, because they came in through Ellis Island. And my mom's relatives are generational Southerners. So they're either from Texas, like I think 3 or 4 generations Texans. And then before that, they come from Alabama. And so uh, the ones that were alive, me growing up, I'd never known anybody to have guns. My brother and his wife had a gun, and they had it up in the closet, and I babysat their daughter, my niece, and they taught me, he told me where it was and told me how to use it and everything. And it was because my sister-in-law, my ex-sister-in-law, had someone who assaulted her, and they were released out of prison, and she had a gun to protect herself if he came looking for her, because she's the reason he went to prison. So I did have a gun at my exposed to a gun if I needed it, but it was at my brother's house. And so he was the first one in my family that I actually know of, truly, honestly know of, that had a gun in his house, in his closet. And it was very much for protection. I don't, there was someone I know that, she's not alive anymore, but her first husband, he was a police officer, so they had a gun in their house. And uh, I don't honestly know of anybody talking about it or anything, so I'm just not the type of person that like hung around people that, had a thing about having guns and, shooting and weapons and all of that stuff. So I say to each their own. Good luck. Best to you. And, I hope it doesn't, cause problems and come back on you. So that's all I can say. But I don't have a thing against someone being able to have a gun. Own a gun. The freedom to have that choice is a big, huge thing. And, you take people's freedoms away from them, and they come up wanting it even more. They want that option. And And I'm just glad that there's options. You can choose to do with, how you want to with it. But at least there's an option. Yeah, I know. I think France was one of them because there was a shooting at a concert probably a decade ago, maybe. It was the Ariana Grande concert. And somebody shot their mouth off and said that it wouldn't have happened and wouldn't have, resulted like it did um, if they were armed, if they had the right to carry guns, they would have been able to react. And I don't believe in that statement. I do not agree with that statement. And I think the reason why their country is better than ours as far as um the whole statistics of the violence and things that go with that is that because they don't have a violent history. They don't have a history with guns and violence and all of that. So when it does happen there, it's rare. And here we have school shootings every 6 months because we have guns. Because we have guns in houses and guns on property, and people get a hold of guns easily and they go on rampages and shootings. And so here it's just a way of life for us to hear it on the news that it happened again. And in other countries, it would be a shock to their system if that happened once in a decade. So when it comes to defense, I am perfectly fine with having that option. Yeah, exactly. Just another day. Sad, isn't it? Sad. That, you know, I know people from other countries, and it's kind of like, be grateful, people. Be grateful that you're not sending your kids to school and crossing your fingers and praying they come back home in one piece and not in a box. Yeah. I never got on TikTok, but I understand the scrolling through the, thumbnails and the shorts and stuff. And I have a hard time being on YouTube because it's okay. We need to. What time is it? I need to know what time it is. It might be 7:20. Okay. Go here. Go to events. Go to the house. One night. Now is 1 o'clock. Birthday party. Guest of honor. She is the, um, she's the guest of honor. Not gonna unpick her. She's the guest of honor. Where's she at? Destiny. There we go. Destiny is the guest of honor. Not the guest. A. Go here. Okay, so now we want to invite she had one of these other girls was like the maid of honor at her wedding. What's her name? Hmm. Or maybe it wasn't her. Let's go back up here. So she has relationships with. Okay. Yeah. Is that 8? That's her dad. Hmm. And Lily is her mom. Jaden's her father-in-law. Okay. I don't know how to do this one. Hmm. Okay. Family, guest of honor. Eat. Eat. Read. Self-care. This is so they'll like go to the bathroom and stuff on their own. And then guest. Family, guest of honor. There it is. They got too many people. Is this that is the problem? One more sounds or some multiple words. And okay, I can add them. And then on this one, just add the people in the house. I think that's everybody. Okay, so nothing major to happen. Okay, watch this. This is the event thing. This is the new setup thing for Gibby Point to send your kids to camp and stuff. I'm gonna use it to make a school. So, like send them to elementary school. And my other thing, one of my other files, I have a Willow Creek Elementary, and then high school years has a high school, and then I can also like get a boarding school from the gallery.
Oh, Joja.
Ooh, Yamala.
Ooh, I have a cape in my Gotta go to the bathroom.
Bruna?
Are you kidding me?
Finna grow. Huh? Charmy? Huh?
Shives.
They ate my cake before I got the candles on it.
Yes, cosa?
You dumped
Is
some.
there a thing for a
Don't.
Rolshpa quacks and us.
Below.
Huh?
you
Oh.
jerks? There, I'll bake a topped cake. It's one of my CCs.
Fuente. Lamina Cap. Galaby tube. Fui.
Huh?
Tony Fatoza?
Liza.
Piniot.
Epoma.
Aha! Oh, dude.
Okay, if you can hear me, I'll be right back. I get to go to the restroom. I'm back. I'm gonna have to go in a little bit because my daughter is making something in the crock pot. I have not eaten all day. Look, it's bubblegum. It's my ghost cat. Oh, there's the cake. Well, then, I can put that in my inventory. That's okay. Oh, little thing you might want to know since you play some. Put your food in your inventory. Like you can cook up stuff, put it in your household inventory, and it will not spoil. And that's what I do is I make cakes and stuff. And then when like I have a birthday party or a gathering or something, I have food in my inventory that I can just click on the build buy mode thing and go in and get it out of my inventory. I don't have to like cook and do stuff. So it is Destiny's birthday, right? Uh, I'm having her blow out the candles right now. She's having a birthday party, and then I'll okay. Well, hold on. Give me a couple of minutes. She's fixing to blow out the candles and turn into an old lady. There she is. Destiny aged up. Okay.
Yo, zip.
Okay, I am going to save it. My dinner is ready. So I'm going to save it and go to manage worlds and in my stream. So next time I start playing it, then it will be Jacob's turn to age up. And I can deal with all of that. Okay. Thanks for hanging out with me. It was great talking to you, Seafood. Yeah, look me up on I followed you so I know when you stream. And look me up on YouTube. I have VODs from things I've played in all of my Sims 4 games and everything. And have a good night, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. And I will see you soon.